Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, Shanti Prabhu is on his way. It might be another 5 minutes. So perhaps we'll just try to recite this verse, Bhagavad-gita, chapter 2, text number 9. Chapter is entitled Contents of the Gita Summarized. Sanjaya Vacha Evam Ukva Viskisam Guda Kesha Parantapa Na Yotsya Iti Govindam Ukva Tushnim Bhavuvaha Sanjayo Vacha Evam Ukva Hriskesam Guda Kesha Parantapa Na Yotsya Iti Govindam Ukva Tusnim Bab Uva Aha Sanjayo Vacha Evam Ukva Hriskesam Guda Kesha Parantapa Na Yotsya Iti Govindam Ukva Tusnim Babuva
Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Utva Hishikesham Kudakesha Parandapa Nayotsya Iti Govindam Utva Tushnim Bhapuvaha
Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Muktaba Hirshikesham Gurakesha Parantapa Nayotsya Iti Govindam Uktva Tusnam Babuvaha.
Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Uktva Ririkesham Gudakesha Parantapa Nayotsya Iti Govindam Uktva Tushnim Bhapuvaha.
Word for word. Please repeat. Sanjaya Vacha Sanjaya said, Evam, thus, Uktva, speaking, Hrishikesham, unto Krishna, the master of the senses. Gudakesha, Arjuna, the master of curbing ignorance. Paramtapa, the chastiser of the enemies. Nayotse, I shall not fight. Iti, thus. Govindam, unto Krishna, the giver of pleasure to the senses. Uktva, saying. Tushnim, silence. Bab uva, became. Ha, certainly. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Translation. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Purport. Dhritarashtra must have been very glad to understand that Arjuna was not going to fight and was instead leaving the battlefield for the begging profession. But Sanjaya disappointed him again in relating that Arjuna was competent to kill his enemies, parantapa. Although Arjuna was, for the time being, overwhelmed with false grief due to family affection, he surrendered unto Krishna, the Supreme Spiritual Master, as a disciple. This indicated that he would soon be free from the false lamentation resulting from family affection, and would be enlightened with perfect knowledge of self-realization or Krishna consciousness, and would then surely fight. Thus, Dhritarashtra's joy would be frustrated, since Arjuna would be enlightened by Krishna and would fight to the end. Okay, should be here soon. Huh? He'll be in the car by now. He should be in the car by now. Yeah. But anyway, to get some context, just to get a little bit of context, I guess, while we're waiting for Shanti Prabhu. So, Sanjaya, who's speaking this verse, Sanjaya he has a, how would you explain it? He has been given this boon to be able to see what's going on in the battlefield. So Sanjaya is the secretary of Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra is the king of the Kauravas. So Dhritarashtra is a blind king, and he can't take part in the battle. But so he's back at the palace, and so Sanjaya, who has this mystical, what's it called? Vision of some kind, like a, what would you say? Clairvoyance, maybe? Clairvoyance. He's able to see what's going on the battlefield, even though he's not there. So we have television screens in this day and age where we can watch a television screen and we could be watching something from the other side of the world. In the same way, there were no television screens in those days, 5,000 years ago, but Sanjaya had this mystical ability to be able to see what's going on in the battlefield and then relate that back to Dhritarashtra, who is the blind king of the blind king and the king of the Kauravas. So it is Sanjay who's speaking this verse, and because Arjuna has shown signs of giving up on the battle, Dhritarashtra was starting to feel hopeful of victory. But of course, only 2 verses ago, even though Arjuna is still struggling, is still battling, and as he said that he doesn't want to fight, he ultimately will fight because he has surrendered to Krishna. So in verse 2.7, which is 2 verses ago, was the famous verse where out of great humility, and well, not only great humility, but out of desperation, and because Arjuna was so confused and bewildered about what to do, he finally come to that conclusion that he had no option but to surrender to Krishna, so that Krishna then can give him instruction on how to deal with this crisis that he was going through on the battlefield. So once one surrenders to Krishna, then that's it. You surrender to Krishna. Krishna will he will give you the protection and the guidance and instructions and empowerment to go on and achieve what needs to be achieved according to your dharma, which is Arjuna, who's a kshatriya, he's a warrior. He's on the battlefield. That is his dharma, to fight, and he's just going through a moment of confusion. But in the coming verses, we'll hear that all will be revealed, all the knowledge required to do our duty, or in Arjuna's case, do his duty, will be revealed. And as we go further and deeper into the Bhagavad-gita, Arjuna will eventually overcome his lamentation and get on with his duty and win the war. So yeah, at this point in time, Arjuna's just surrendered and thinking that he's the body, thinking that the warriors around him are all his family members, and you had this affection for them. But in coming verses, chapter 2 is famously known to be the chapter where we can start to realize our true identity, because from verse 11 right through to verse 30, Krishna hammers home the point: your spirit soul, you're not this body. And so all those verses, bang, 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 one after another, that should start to drive home what his true identity is. But anyway, that's just a quick rundown as to where we're up to. But Shanti Prabhu is here now, and he's going to give us the source. So we look forward to that. Yeah, but you can do it again. I'll just give him a little bit of run.
The idea about the confusion and the different arguments. Okay. So the translation. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Please repeat. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Report. Dhritarashtra must have been very glad to understand that Arjuna was not going to fight and was instead leaving the battlefield for the begging profession. But Sanjaya disappointed him again in relating that Arjuna was competent to kill his enemies, parantapaha. Although Arjuna was, for the time being, overwhelmed with false grief due to family affection, he surrendered unto Krishna, the supreme spiritual master, as a disciple. This indicated that he would soon be free from the false lamentation resulting from family affection and would be enlightened with perfect knowledge of self-realization or Krishna consciousness, and would then surely fight. Thus, Dhritarashtra's joy would be frustrated, since Arjuna would be enlightened by Krishna and would fight to the end. Who's speaking this verse? Sanjaya. Who's Sanjaya? Okay, all right, so who's Sanjaya? Okay, you stop answering questions. Who's Sanjaya?
So he's describing the war scene of the war to Dhritarashtra. And I just forgot, he got the boon from who? I was trying to mention who gave him the boon to see.
Who gave him the boon?
Yeah.
Mahabharata, or I was going to read Surrender Unto Me, this area, because sometimes that could be revealed. So, in a simple modern day technology terms, he was using transcendental television. He was seeing within his heart events on the battlefield, and he was relating them to his blind boss, Dhritarashtra. He was his secretary, yeah. So it's interesting, well, it was interesting to me that suddenly Sanjaya appears and he speaks 2 verses and he glorifies Krishna and Arjuna with different names. What name does he call Arjuna? We didn't do the word for word, so it's a bit of a trick question. Oh, you did? Okay. What word was the name for Arjuna? And what does it mean? Gudakesha. Gudakesha, what does that mean? Yeah, here it's Prabhupada translates it as conqueror of ignorance. One competent to curb ignorance. So sleep, ignorance. When I got initiated, there was 14 bhaktas and bhaktins in the course leading up to the initiation. 4 of us made it to the initiation, and 2 girls, 2 boys. I just met one of the girls in Melbourne. She's been away. She got married to Kurma Prabhu, and I don't know whether he was the father of 4 children for her, But she was away, now she's come back. She's in the temple. Her name was Vishnu Priya. And the other man, I got the name Manu Das. And when my spiritual master gave me the name, he said Manu Das. And Manu means manifest in mantra. Manu, mantra. Normally we see Manu as Swayambhuva Manu, or father of mankind. So manifest in mantra. So servant of he who's manifest in mantra. I like mantras. So my other friend, Bhakti Gary, he got the name Gudakesh, conqueror of sleep. He was very proud of sleeping. One weekend before he joined up, he managed to sleep non-stop for 48 hours. So I always remember Gudakesh. Conqueror of sleep. His spiritual master was telling him, this is the ignorance that you can conquer by taking shelter of Arjuna. So then there's another name. What is the name which refers to Krishna in the Sanskrit? Rishikesh. What does Rishikesh mean? Here Prabhupada translates it as the master of the senses. Yeah. So we have Krishna and Arjuna, the Rishikesh and the Gudakesh, the Kesh twins. There was, in the early days, when Prabhupada was here, there were some Vishnu twins. They were Mahavishnu and Prabhavishnu. So it's like, and this is the fun of Sanskrit. You play around with the way the connection. So the Rishikesh is being addressed by the Gudakesh. Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. The Sanjaya, in the next verse, he goes, in the purport, it goes on to elaborate more, Rishikesh and Gudakesh. It seems to indicate to me that Sanjaya, he's not a pure devotee. He's the secretary for Dhritarashtra, and he's dealing with a secondary name. What names do we chant of Krishna, and how do we relate to Krishna? Govinda, Sri Nandana, Gopijana Ballabha. These are primary names. These are more intimate names dealing with Krishna's pastimes. So when you get into the Paramatma and Rishikesh and like that, that's a little bit more distance. Interesting thing about mantras, when you are chanting a secondary name or another aspect of a mantra, you need to have some preparation, some kalpa. I was given some mantras. One was to propitiate the moon. Who's in charge of the moon? Chandra. Chandra is the presiding deity of the moon. So this mantra doesn't mention Chandra, but it mentions other aspects of the demigod in charge of the moon. So it was a Rig Veda mantra. And one of the things I had to do was I had to chant that mantra 10,000 times. It took me 3 months. You chant 1 round of it a day or 2 rounds of it a day. Very effective, very effective. So mantras. So, but with Hari and Krishna and Nandana, there's no preparation, no sankalpa, no preparation, because you're directly dealing with Krishna, you're dealing with the personality. And so it's Lord Chaitanya, he doesn't see any offense, he only sees the good. So that also helps us. There are offenses in chanting Hare Krishna, but we have to take short of Lord Chaitanya and avoid the offenses. We're fortunate in the age of Kali that offenses, if you commit them in your mind, you don't get a reaction. Previous ages, just to think something bad, you'd get a reaction. Nowadays, even now, sometimes you think and you get a reaction. But that's pretty heavy. Now, in Kali Yuga, the dispensation is that you have to actually commit the ignorant act, and then you'll get a heavy reaction. So, to be conscious of the mantra, to not blaspheme the devotees, to not disrespect the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. All of these things will lessen the effect. What is it? Bahu Dhanma Karyari Shram. It will take many, many births before we achieve the ultimate goal if we're not careful to avoid the offences in those names. So the Rishikesh and the Gudakesh, Prabhupada translates it as Krishna and Arjuna says, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. So at this point, Dhritarashtra is thinking, wow, the most important warrior, the person who's going to defeat my army single-handed, he's not going to fight. Joy, oh joy. But we hear at the end of the purport, it's a very short-lived joy, because the circumstances under which he uttered that was to his spiritual master. And Prabhupada in the purport relates that just a step back one. Remember, I was that spiritual master. Arjuna is also addressed in this verse in another way. There's Gudakesh and there's another name for Arjuna. Parantapa. I looked up and I couldn't find Parantapa mentioned anywhere else in any of Prabhupada's books. Parantapa means one who is competent to kill his enemies. Competent to kill his enemies. Arjuna was blessed. So many weapons, so many blessings. The son of Lord Indra, and having Krishna as his chariot driver. So he was competent to kill his enemies. So having him on the battlefield, Arjuna, he chose, there was a point in the Mahabharata where Krishna, his loyalties were in question. So he said, he called the opposing leaders, Duryodhana and Arjuna. Arjuna came and stood at Krishna's feet, whereas Duryodhana stood at Krishna's head. We always approach the Lord, and we approach by taking shelter of their feet. It's a more humble approach. So then Krishna described that I'm not going to fight myself, but I'm offering two benefits. One is my whole army, and the other is me personally. So Duryodhana immediately chose the army. And Arjuna wasn't frustrated, I could have had his army. He was satisfied. I'll have Krishna any day. You've got Krishna, the last verse of the Bhagavad-gita, wherever there is Arjuna and there is Krishna, there's always victory, opulence, morality. That's the nature of Krishna. Okay, so spiritual master. If you've got a spiritual master, you should know everything. If you have a spiritual master, then all your distress will go away. Everything will be fulfilled. If you have a bona fide spiritual master, not only do you just have to have a bona fide spiritual master, but you have to follow them. If you follow a spiritual master. And Prabhupada, look what Prabhupada did. He was glorified for having, changed the face of the world. And there's also a saying by the scholars that ISKCON will go down in history as having changed the world, saved the world in its darkest hour. So it's Prabhupada. How did Prabhupada do it? People would glorify him. You're the best. He would say, I haven't done anything. If there's any credit I can take, I just repeated what my spiritual master said without changing anything. So by the mercy of the spiritual master, then everything can happen if you just follow them properly. So in order to follow, you have to understand. You have to know what it means to be a follower, and you have to approach a spiritual master, inquire from them significant questions. You have to be serious. You have to really want to get Krishna. And then once you've inquired, then you have to put into practice what you're told. So not really mundane, but a simple example. My spiritual master, he told me, I want you to send this jacket to such and such an address. And I thought, okay, I can do that. And then he added a, what's that thing in legal terms? A little footnote or something. He added, you must send it within 48 hours. Which was perfect because I would have spaced out and thought, I'll do it eventually and stuff like that. You have to do it within 48 hours. So I did, and it worked. Another time when I didn't follow the instruction to the letter, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was in Melbourne He's there, and when Tamal Krishna Maharaj used to go around, he'd have a whole army of servants. They'd take over the temple practically. They'd push you out of the deity kitchen and prepare things for him. They'd be making garlands all day long. So after a couple of days, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he was thinking, this is too extravagant. I don't want the garlands you're making. So he told me, before the Guru Puja, tell my disciples to give me Prabhupada's garland. We do that. We recycle Prabhupada's garland. So I heard the instruction, but I didn't understand it properly. Give Tamal Krishna Maharaj Prabhupada's garland. So what do you think I did? I didn't tell his disciples. I grabbed Prabhupada's garland and I put it on Tamal Krishna Maharaj, which didn't affect the proper result. The instruction was to let his disciples know that they should stop exaggerating and just give him Prabhupada's garland. So following the spiritual master properly, improperly. It's just like a matter of like a syllable, some little thing, so to understand properly. And then when we inquire and we render service, we can check. We come back, like Prabhupada, Lord Chaitanya. He went and saw his spiritual master after he followed the instruction. He said, "Dear Guru Maharaj, what type of mantra have you given me? I chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare." And I turn into a madman. I start rolling on the ground and my hair stands on end and I'm dancing and everything. And his Guru Maharaj said, "My dear disciple, you're very good." This is the actual result of chanting Hare Krishna. And he also told Ishwara Prabhu Maharaj, he also told Lord Chaitanya, "You're a fool. You think you can study the Vedanta like the sannyasis, but you're a fool. Just chant, chant, chant." So having a bona fide spiritual master, then everything will be there. So that's the reason why Prabhupada in the purport describes that Dhritarashtra will soon be frustrated. Because not only will Arjuna be empowered, at the moment he's disempowered. He's lamenting, he's worried about, these are sources of grief because my family members are going to be killed, everything like that. It's, imagine. All my family members are grieving. Not my father hasn't left his body yet, but he's 93 years old. He's in a hospital. So there's a lot of grief there. So it's a natural emotion, and when family members and friends and the world, things happen. So we get disturbed. So Arjuna was disturbed. He was displaying the mood of a soft-hearted devotee. But he had to be at Krishna's beck and call. He had to become an astute, very sharp instrument for serving his spiritual master. He had to understand, what does my spiritual master, what does Krishna want me to do? So he presented his dilemma. It's like we have problems, we can consult our god brothers, our god sisters, somebody who we regard as advanced. It's also recommend you can come into the temple, you can stand before Krishna Balaram and say, "Dear sirs, this is the problem." Present that we're incapable of solving our problems. And get help. We can have doubts. Doubts are healthy. But the doubts, how you deal with the doubts. You doubt and then you make a note of it. And then as soon as possible, you go and clear up the doubt. You go and meet somebody you have faith in, who's what is the word? Astute. Srila Prabhupada, he's the founder of Charity. He's the Shiksha Guru for everybody for the next 10,000 years. He describes in some purports that when you hear this information, when you find out something really amazing, or even if you don't, if somebody tells you something, then you should follow it up. And he describes that one should be enraptured to study what's described here. It's not just a casual thing. Nowadays people are saying, "Oh, it's old hat, old-fashioned. I've heard all that. I want to hear something new. What's on the internet now? What's the modern? What's the gossip, what's the thing. But no, we should always resort back to the classics. These are texts, these are writings from the very noble, very elevated souls. And they're true eternally. So the Gita presents such a thing like that. And here, at this point, the conversation has come to a point where Arjuna has accepted Krishna as spiritual master. Text 7, he says, Sisyasye teham sadimam tvam prapanam. Now I am a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. It's a big point to come to that. I was reading that people they're conditioned. I don't want to surrender. I don't want to give up my independence. I don't want to regard myself as incapable. So I'm not going to surrender like that. But to come to the point of, I've been trying for many, many millions of births and I'm not being successful. I'm not happy. I'm frustrated. What's going on? Please help me. That's a significant point. And when that happens, for me, some people pray, God, please show me. Please help me to understand you. I just prayed after going through a bushfire and so many family relationships and all sorts of stuff. I prayed. I didn't even pray. I was just outside and I was talking to myself. Why am I so frustrated? 3 days later, I was in the temple. Krishna responds. He answers those heartfelt calls for help. So this is a very significant point in the Gita. Arjuna has just requested, and then Krishna is about to begin his instructions. Tomorrow's verse is also about the Rishikesh and the Gudakesh, a little bit of an elaboration. So, and it's an interesting... Does anybody have any questions at this point? Julian?
Thank you for the wonderful class, Prabhu. In the beginning, you mentioned about the mantra, and you mentioned the primary names and secondary names, and you also related something about offense to primary offense.
Offense, yes.
Could you please elaborate a little more on offense to...
The Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, if you don't understand that Krishna is present in his names, that Krishna is everywhere, that you maintain material attachments, then you are not Krishna conscious. And in that case, you're dealing with Krishna. It's like you invite a guest into your house and then you ignore them. You ask Krishna to come and appear on your tongue and then you don't give him proper attention. So these mantras, they're revealed to you when you take initiation. You're given the mantra. When you get second initiation, the mantras are revealed to you. They're not just willy-nilly available everywhere and anywhere. And they don't work unless they're presented to you in parampara. So the mantras are they're like klim and om and om, am, om, am, hrim, shrum. They're very secret, very potent seed, bij mantras. So same thing with Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. These are very intimate descriptions of the absolute truth. Krishna is very happy to give people wealth, to give them liberation, to give them all sorts of material desires. But when they get his name and they chant his name, then they're lining up to get Krishna himself. They're lining up to get love of God. So that's not very easily provided. There's all sorts of checks and balances. Maya, her job is to just come along and test. Are you really sincere? Do you really want Krishna? Or do you just want to bother him? So it's the nature of the subject, nature of the mantra, that we have to be very sincere and careful and try and avoid offences. Of course, it's just the nature of the living entity in the material world. We're fallen, there's 4 defects. We're destined to commit offences, we're destined to commit mistakes. But by the mercy of the holy name and the mercy of the devotees, we can be forgiven. Every day when you do deity worship, you pray. There's a mantra you pray at the end. When you're doing deity worship. Yeah. Basically, I can't remember the Sanskrit. But
만타히남 크리야히남 만타히남 크리야히남 박디히남 자나야다나.
Bhakti-hinam kriya, yeah. So it's describing that by the mercy of Krishna and the mercy of the devotees, please forgive my offences, please forgive my shortcomings in the format of the devotion. That's the only way that I can continue to come forward and serve you. I'm full of offences. Even when we got initiated, the spiritual master was mentioning that now you're sitting on the opposite side of the fire jagya and you're approaching a representative of Krishna, a servant of Srila Prabhupada. Basically, there's a whole lot of envious people out here. And we're trying to connect you with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's phenomenal. So that's where we've come from. We recognize where we've come from. We recognize what we're not and what we're aspiring for, then we won't commit mistakes so much. So the offences are spelt out, just like in the Christian tradition. Thou shalt not kill. Why is it spelt out like that? Because people were killing. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Because that was the atmosphere, that's the mood. So here, our 10 offences, that's the mood that we're existing in. Even to be inattentive. And that creates all of the other offences, or leads to all the other offences. So for how long can you focus on the holy name? You're chanting your rounds. 1 mantra, 2 mantras. It's difficult, very difficult. It requires a lot of practice and a lot of purification, living a very sattvic lifestyle. Not even a sattvic lifestyle, a transcendental lifestyle. So that'll take time. So in the meantime, we don't think, well, I've been chanting for 20, 30, 40 years. How come I'm not like Lord Chaitanya rolling on the ground and experiencing these mad symptoms? We occasionally do. But it's not steady. It's not consistent. That's because of offences. Because of immaturity. Because Krishna is not going to reveal himself yet. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Advancement in devotional service is made in slow degrees by theistic conduct, scriptural evidence, and practice. Practice, practice, practice. We keep practicing, even though we get smashed, we get knocked back. We don't think, oh, there's something wrong. God damn, it's too much. No, you just pick yourself up, you fall over on the ice, you push yourself back up on the same ice you've fallen over, you get up and you get moving. You just, oh, Hare Krishna. Like that. So offences, mantras. Like the Gayatri mantra. Gayatri mantra, that's broadcast all over the media now. Om Bhu Bhuvaha Swaha, that's become popular. Still, it doesn't work unless you receive it from a spiritual master in disciplic succession. Any other questions?
Thank you. Such a nice answer. To relate to this, then you also said to chant secondary mantra, you need to sankalpa.
Sankalpa, yeah.
And could you also explain why is that? Because secondary mantra means it's less potency than the primary one, but why it need like preparation which primary mantra doesn't have?
When you go on the altar, there's the puja you do, but there's all sorts of preparation like taking bath and chanting mantras to the Rig Veda mantra. I see. Oh, I'm tired. The mantras are not coming. No, not Chak. Anyway, the pure-hearted Brahman, he sees this spiritual master, he sees the sun, he sees light, he doesn't see darkness. So it's like 4:30 in the morning and you're coming onto the altar and you've just woken up, you've been in Tamagun for 6 hours. So you've got to shake that off, you've got to prepare yourself for entering into the spiritual world. So those secondary mantras, they're not powerful enough. Like you can just chant Hare Krishna and immediately, Hare Krishna, if you chant without offense, then that's the best. But even if you chant the Nama Bus, then that will remove all sins. Removing sins is nothing, it's small time. But Krishna says, Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschid yatati siraya yatatam api siran kaschid mamviditata. Many people are approaching. 1 in a million can understand me as I am. So you're entering onto the altar, here's Krishna's. You want to suddenly be there and touching his lotus feet and doing some service. It's not ordinary. First time I got onto the altar, we were in a Sankirtan class and the Sankirtan leader got a telephone call. And he said, And then somebody was telling him something and they said, well, we need a volunteer. So I immediately put my hand up. He didn't tell me what it was for. It was to go down and dress Gauni Thai to go onto the altar. So that was, somehow or other, it was bivouacked into getting on the altar. And then you get in on the altar and you just look around, you think, wow, it's another whole world. So much creativity and bhakti and devotion and artistry, and it's another world. So, yeah, there's offences before you go on the altar. 64 offences in deity worship, you have to be careful of. But they all boil down to 2. Always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. So if never forgets Krishna, that's dealing with the secondary things. And that deals with things like brushing your teeth and all that sort of thing. So you have to be conscious of how everything is connected with Krishna. I've been reading quite a bit that Krishna is everything. Krishna is everywhere. When you go to Jagannath Puri or one of the dhams, because those places on the planet are spiritually surcharged, you can experience it more tangibly. But the rest of the time, you have to make a really conscious effort to connect things with Krishna. There are 5 direct processes: chanting the holy names, studying Srimad Bhagavatam, worshipping the deity, associating with devotees, and residing in a holy place. Those are direct. That's always remember Krishna. You're there and you're connected with Krishna. The indirect, that requires the sankalpa, that requires the preparation, that requires the endeavour. The Gaudiya Mat, some of the Gaudiya Mat, before they even start chanting Hare Krishna, before they touch their beads, they're reciting mantras for 45 minutes. Just to prepare their consciousness, and to glorify it. The mala, everything gets a special mantra. That's the preparation.
As followers of Lord Chaitanya, we're encouraged to see Krishna as Vrajendanandan Krishna, informal, and loving not wanting the awe and reverence, but actually wanting the intimate exchange. And of course we can't jump to that stage without purification, but somehow this really rules-based thing and fear of aparad, like Krishna's going to punish me for even a small mistake. On the one hand, we see that Vidura's wife offered banana skins, but because her intention was good, Krishna looked past that. So how do we reconcile? Because it does seem like it's a bit scary. 64 saver aparads, and
yeah.
How do we get from the fear-based, rules-based to that informal? Why does Krishna even expect,
By practicing and developing knowledge and understanding. If you want to see the description of all the rules that are required just to chant Archimam, it's 3 pages. But when you get it down, it's just like that. It becomes second nature. So the fear gets removed. Fear is always removed by knowledge. So yes, it's healthy in the first instance to have some awe and respect. So if you don't have that, then you start there. But if you're aware, like I was always envious and looking at other devotees, new bhaktas that I joined up with, who'd come from a Catholic background. And they could always just go, oh, my Lord, my Lord. I'm coming from an impersonalist, like My father's an avowed atheist. So that background, I didn't have that feeling. So it's healthy to associate with people who have that mood and to understand their caution, their cautionary attitude. The fear-based to a love-based, yeah, that's just awareness, knowledge. The old churches, this is hell, this is heaven. If you don't, then that's where you're going. Because they were illiterate. We're illiterate. Hopefully we can contemplate. For a Brahmana, the punishment is less severe than for the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, the Sudra. A Brahmana, my spiritual master always says, a word to the wise is sufficient. A Brahmana does something wrong, you can't take things away, you can't throw him in jail, you can just ask him to leave. And he packs up and he goes somewhere else. A Kshatriya, heavy martial punishment, stuff like that. Sudra, beating, because they don't listen. So in order to learn, we have to upgrade our quality of practice. And it helps to be able to share that with others. Come and just, Prabhupada, it's often said you shouldn't preach to the envious. Why do we have open class? Because we understand that the devotee is more merciful than Krishna. We'll take a risk to bring people into Krishna consciousness. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Anything else? Gunamani? A learned fella? Mataji, how do you feel? Oh, what would be a takeaway from the class? What significant, what sticks with you?
Do I have to say it again?
There's some people outside. We're also on television.
Yeah, hi. I think for me the most is I've just joined the Krishna Path today. I've not had my first class yet. But we've been going over a few rules. And inside of me there's like, that's a lot of rules. So I think surrender is going to be a big one, and having faith and trust that Krishna is everywhere and that we've just been conditioned to feel so, how do you put it, feel so great ourselves, right? Like, oh, I know exactly how it's supposed to be, whereas actually we do not at all.
Yeah, false independence. Even there's a term here in the purport about family affection. So there's nothing wrong with affection, but it has to be not illusory affection.
Yeah.
A family that we regard as our family, they're connected with the body. So all these little subtle things, they will be cleared up. Even in surrender. Surrender is not just an amorphous sort of, thing like that. We don't just become a blob in somebody else's hands. We have to engage our intelligence. So the 6 items, the 6 rules of surrender are, does anyone know the Sanskrit? Anukulyen, Goptritve and Anukul. Yeah, that's accepting things that are favourable. Pratikul. Anukul and Pratikul. So the first thing, accept things favourable for devotional service. Getting up early in the morning, that's favourable. Second thing, reject things which are unfavourable. Staying up late at night, because then I won't be able to get up early. And then 3, always consider oneself to be needing the protection of Krishna. I can't protect myself. Not as though we just, lay down in the road and the bus is going to come. No, we're intelligent, but we understand ultimate protection, and protection of who actually ultimately is the soul. Protection of the soul, that depends upon Krishna. To have no other desire except for the desires of Krishna, number 4. So we have to understand, first you have to understand what is Krishna's desire. We have our plan and God has his plan. So what is his plan? How do we fit in with that? That's surrender. And then always to feel oneself meek and humble.
Yeah.
Those are items of surrender. Yes, please. Sharanagati, yeah. Sharanagati means surrender. Sadvidi. Not probably in that one. Ultimately, it's probably like Padma Purana or Vishnu Purana. It's from the Upanishad. They're prescriptions that are from those elevated souls that are sharing. Just like Rupa Goswami put it together. Okay, all right. So Rupa Goswami. Okay. Yeah, just like we were trying to work out who empowered Sanjay. Yeah. Ultimately. Hari Bhakti Goswami. Sanatana Goswami and Gopal Bhatta Goswami, and they were researching all the scriptures to get all of these prescriptions together, to compile them together. And ultimately Vyasadeva, and Vyasadeva, then there's other great sages who just like it was a prescription which was spoken by, I can't remember who, that women can't keep secrets. After Kunti discovered, I think, that the other people discovered, the other members of the Pandavas discovered that Karna was their brother and they were fighting against him. So Kunti kept that a secret, that she'd conceived to the sun god when she was only 13, and Karna was the fruits of that conception. So there are certain points where some great sage, they curse women. You cannot keep secrets. And women doesn't necessarily mean if you're in a female body. It means somebody who's got a feminine disposition. You will like to gossip and stuff like that. There's a lot of men who like that as well. So don't take offence. It's for health. It's for good. It's for good things. Don't keep secrets like that. And even, who was it? Somebody, don't lie. Don't keep secrets. Be straightforward. Be upfront. And that's the quality of the Brahmana. They don't tell a lie. Where's your money? I don't have any money. It all belongs to Krishna. Where are the thieves? They went that way. Honesty. That's the last leg of the principles of religion in this day and age. So thank you. That's good that you can
Thank you very much.
start like that, and I wish you well. Got a wonderful path ahead of you, and however much you can take, you take that and it will be good for you and good for everybody else. Any comments from outside? Hiding behind the pillar? So what have you done today? Work for the man. Good. Yeah, we're all working for the man. Just a matter of finding the best boss. Who's the best boss? Who's going to give us the best results? And that's the supreme boss. Okay, Srimad Bhagavad-gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Nitai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. May I take this one? Hiba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kusubha. Janavita Tubane Jagamana Lobha. Ibadokhi Nitai Jan Bami Godadha. Nikate Advaita Srini Vasachatra Nado. Kiva Vasi Achi Gauratan Ratna Singhu Sane. Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devo Nane. Nara Hari Hari Kori Chamar Dhulaya. Sanjaya Mukunda Baso Vasadi Gaya. Kiva Shankar Baje Ganto Baje Baje Karo Talo.
मधुरामृदंग बाजे परमारसाल शंख बाजे घंट बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंट बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे घंट बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हो कोटि चंद दीने वदनयु काला गाला देशे मानो मालो कोरे जल मालो शिवा सुख नारद प्रेमी गादो गादो भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संवाद जय जय गौर चंदे अरुतिक शोभा जानविता तो बाने जगमान लोभा गौरंगे अरुतिक सोआ जगजन मान लोभा गौरंगे अरुतिक सोआ जगजन मान लोभा गौरंगे अरुतिक सोआ जगजन मान लोभा জগজন্য মানলোভা জগজন মানলোভা নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নমো বিষ্ণুপদায় কৃষ্ণ পৃষ্ঠায় ভূতলে শ্রীমতে ভক্তি বেদান্ত স্বামিনীতি নামিনে
Can you give me a little more volume? A little more.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirsesa Sunnabadi Paschatya Sutarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jayo, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jayo, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki. Jai Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ji ki. Giriraj Govardhan Dhari ki. Sri Sri Radha Govardhan Dhari ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prolada Lada Daine. Prolada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipu Vaksaha. Hiranyakashipu Vaksaha. Silatankana Kalaye. Silatankana Kalaye. Iton Singha Paraton Singha. Iton Singha Paraton Singha. Jato Jato Jami Taton Singha. Jato Jato Jami Taton Singha. Bahin Singha Hridayen Singha. Bahin Singha Hridayen Singha. Nashingam Adinsharo Nang Prapadye. Nashingam Adinsharo Nang Prapadye. Tova Kada Kamala Bade Nakam Adbhuta Saringa. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam. Keshavadita Narahari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Bhavakara Kamala Bharenaka Advuta Sringa. तव कर कमलाभरेण कामधूत शृंगा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गं केशवदीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमलाभरेण कामधूत शृंगार Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prahlad Nrsimha Jai, Prahlad Nrsimha Jai, Prahlad Nrsimha Jaya, Prahlad Nrsimha. Jai Krishna Balaram Jai, Giri Govardhan Jai, Krishna Balaram Jai, Giri Govardhan. Jaya Radha, Govardhan Hari Radha, Govardhan Hari Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govardhan Hari Radha, Govardhan Hari Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gauda Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Shri Shri Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Bhakti Vigna Vinasnu Sri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan Ki, Bhaktaraj Prahlad Maharaj Ki, Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubheva Cha, Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai.